Welcome to a guided meditation designed to take you on a journey into a mindful state. Well, all right. Here we are again for an evening of tarot, except for one little thing. I'm going to do some extras. It's a weekend, damn it. So why not? Welcome to the Lucky Fortune Tarot. We shall begin this evening's little broadcast with some of this. I Ching. We're going to hit the I Ching. I personally really love doing I Ching. It's more of a literary tool than tarot. Tarot is a pictorial tool. It's a visual tool, really, and of course, it's got numbers in there. I Ching is kind of less game-like than tarot, just a bit. But so the I Ching it's fun because it has this sort of deeply philosophical sense to it. Real guidance, whereas the tarot is a bit more mysterious. Tarot is very visual, and so is the I Ching with its symbols. It has these trigrams that you stack them two on top of each other to make a hexagram, and they give you your meaning. Then you look it up in the Book of Interpretations. It's fun. It's used by many very serious people for guidance. And I have found that typically the advice it administers is often profound and seems to often center on being wise, wisdom, making the right choice at the right time, action or inaction at the right times, depending on the situation. And so it makes you think about those things. When is it best to keep your mouth shut? When is it best to say something? When is it best to leave? When is it best to come? When is it best to take action? When is it best to stay still? That's what the I Ching does. Let me type my little thing here. Not join, I'm saying hello. The queue is not open yet for tarot readings. It will be shortly. We will be using, once again, the Lucky Fortune Tarot deck, the brilliant green deck. I have switched up a few things here today. I've been working on my little, what do you call it here? My tarot booth. Set up here at the fair, and all the people going by. I'm kidding. I'm not at a fair. But it would be fun to do that. It would be fun to make a really cool tarot cart with like a little tent on top or something, like an awning that sticks out. Lots of colors and paint. And, some audio going on, maybe some projection on a little screen in the back or something, and do tarot readings for people, like how food trucks go around. Well, you'd be the tarot truck, and you'd go around. It would be great, actually. I could drive the tarot truck around and park and, give readings the way the food trucks do, and offer like little things like what you're allowed to offer without a food license. Like I think you can do like popcorn, things that don't require cooking and stuff, but like popcorn, have like some candies, it would actually be fun to like be able to do hot dogs. Hot dogs and tarot. It would be awesome. But I'm sure it would get like a ton of curiosity seekers trying to check out what this crazy truck was. And you would have in it, all sorts of cool visual things going on. As I said, like some video things playing. You'd have a light display going on, and a little place where a person could sort of step up, and you drop a curtain, and they could get a private reading. Just have a red curtain hanging down, and then a little line of people outside the truck waiting for their turn. That would be really cool. I actually, speaking of popcorn, the reason I mentioned it is I have popcorn sitting right here, and I am using it for sustenance, but I will order dinner, and I'll have the dinner right here, I think. I've started early tonight because I sort of felt like it would be nice to just sort of do it for a while, And that's why I've laid in supplies like popcorn, coffee, and sparkling water. Very important. I have a couple of meditations. I have my little tarot story I'm going to do. And of course, we will read. Read. Whoever wants a reading, when I'm done with my shenanigans, will be able to get a reading. Last time I was on stream, it was just the day before yesterday, and I only did one reading. There just wasn't a lot of demand the other night. Just one reading, and so I did other things, like I talked about some cards, and I did my little I did the tarot story thing, and you just do stuff like that when you have limited readings to do. You don't really have to worry necessarily about always just doing readings, because you can just sort of do whatever material strikes your mind at the time. There's books that you can do little reviews of. In fact, I have a book here that I got over the Christmas holiday in a store nearby. I found it and I'd never seen it before. So I was just glancing at it earlier today. I don't know why I grab books about tarot so often. I just do. This one, let me just bring it out. This one is called Tarot for Self-Care. How to Use Tarot to Manifest Your Best Self by Minerva Siegel. And I just thought it had an interesting shade of purple for some reason. It was just an odd look on the shelf, so I picked it up. And I kind of like its style for some reason. But it, look at this. So, let me see. The Art of Reading Tarot. Whether you lean heavily into the spiritualism of tarot, approach this art from more secular lens, or are picking up a tarot deck for the first time, reading tarot can provide you with an absolute wealth of personal insight. The cards are tools to help you access your subconscious mind. They encourage you to be analytical, and they help you view the situations you find yourself in more objectively. After all, it's often hard to see things practically when you're in the thick of it. So tarot can help you take a better look from different, unexpected, and beneficial perspectives. This is something I completely agree with. The tarot does that. It allows you to look at things from a different perspective. It does not predict the future. It does not give the reader hidden information about you, like, things like, oh, your father must have had brown hair and was a soldier in a war and came home and started a hardware store business. The tarot isn't doing that. The tarot never gets it wrong. It doesn't, because it doesn't try to get it right. That's the thing. Tarot does not attempt to say something it doesn't know. It doesn't try to make it doesn't try to make the tarot reader look like a psychic. There are no damn psychics. There are very perceptive people. Yes, there are people with an ability to empathize and to connect on a deep level unconsciously, and they can perceive things that most other people cannot. And so they can probably tell you about yourself in ways that are shocking and surprising to see. But really, there are no people who can tell you what card you're holding up facing away from them. There aren't. Anyone who's doing anything like that is not a psychic. They are a magician, and they've worked out a very, very clever way of doing it. Those are tricks. Tarot does not engage in tricks. It is fun. It can be used in any way you want to use it, but tarot is a deeply philosophical, psychological mechanism, a tool, a toy also, for having fun with those parts of ourselves and for being serious about them and engaging in real reflection, real analysis of one's self and one's situation. They help to open gates, open windows into the soul. So, to sound literary here. I love to sometimes sound like maybe I did write a tarot book actually, but I can, I just like to sound that way once in a while. So anyway, this is a nice book. There's a nice quality about it. So I picked it up in a store, and that's my habit. I'm sort of like a tarot. What do you call them? I'm always looking for some tarot thing that I see accidentally that I haven't seen before. There's another book I bought the same day I bought this called Tarot Therapy. And it's written from the perspective of an actual therapist, a psychologist who used tarot and wrote a book about using tarot for mental well-being. Excuse me. I'm going to need throat well-being in a moment with popcorn. But I love reading those kinds of things. They just, even if they get a little hokey and repetitive, I'm like totally a sucker for them. Ridiculous, but it's great. It's great for me because it fires my imagination, to quote Mick Jagger. So yeah, I think let me start thinking about the I Ching here. Let's see. I've got it out. What the heck? I might as well sort of launch into a foolish spectacle of the I Ching. And what I do is I get my my thing iPad ready, and I use it to draw the lines. So here we go. Let's see. Okay, so the coins, the dragon side, I guess, I don't know if I'm going to do it that way. Yeah, why not? I guess that's what I'll do. Yeah, I'm never sure which side I should. Well, it's completely irrelevant. So, wait a minute. Okay, hold on, I'm getting all bollocks up. Gotta make good decisions here. Hang on. Getting the. So I've got to get the book ready. I'm using a new book. I want to make sure I'm in the right spot. I don't know about this book. I'm gonna perhaps switch. This is. Yeah, on here. Hang on. Let's see. Okay, yeah. All right. I'm going to use the simpler book. Okay, so let's do an I Ching. And the idea with the I Ching when I start these streams is to sort of set the flavor. So that we're in a weekend here, and the thing is to sort of set the mental space, the idea, something to ponder. And anyone watching or listening can pick that up if they want, if it's useful to them. So it basically it's a general open I Ching reading that anyone can take what they want from it. So what I do first of all is start shuffling the coins and then just let them drop out. And okay, so we have the dragon side is the 3, and the sort of ideogram side is 2. So we have a 3 plus 2 is 5 plus another 2 is 7. 7 is a solid line, as you can see from my chart here. So I come over here and I start building from the bottom up, and I say, okay, well, we have a yang line at the bottom. And then I start rolling again. We have to build 6 of those lines. And we have 3, 3, and 3, which is 9, which gives us another solid line, but with a circle in the middle. In other words, it's called a moving solid line. That means it's a moving yang solid line that is in transition soon to become a broken line, which is yin. So we do that by drawing the line across, and we just put that circle notation on it. And then we build the third line to get our first trigram. Trigram meaning 3 lines. And we have 2, 2, and 2, which gives us 6, which is a broken yin line with an X, which means it is moving in transition toward becoming a solid yang line. So we do another odd notation where we do the broken line with an X in the middle. And then we start on our fourth line, and we get all 3s, which is 9 again, another transitioning yang line with the circle in it. And then we have the 5th line to do, and we get 2, 2, and 2, which is 6, and that gives us another transitioning yin line. And now the topmost 6th line of the top trigram will be 2 and 2 is 4 plus 3 is 7, a solid yang line that is stable and not transitioning. That is our hexagram for our I Ching. Now, what we do then is we come over here, excuse me, and we say, okay, our top one is a solid and open. We don't have to pay attention to the moving notations to get that main hexagram. Those come in later. So for now, a solid line with a circle we just think about as solid. A open line with an X we think of as just an open line. And so the first thing we can do, let's start at the bottom. We can say it's open and open line, closed, closed. And that shows down here. That is the one we're talking about, and that is the water. And then on the top, we have closed, open, closed. And so you can say, you just go over on this chart, you say closed, open, closed, and you've got the fire. So you come down and you match them. And here we have 38 is our hexagram. So because we have here, this is our bottom, which we can see here. And then up here is our top, which we can see there, and they match. They meet each other on the chart at number 38. And so what you do then is you go to the I Ching, the book. Here is an I Ching book. The Book of Answers, it's typically called the Book of Changes, or the Way of Change, that kind of thing. So what we do is we go to hexagram 38, and we find out what's going on there. Now, we get that initial reading, and we want to remember we have to also analyze the moving lines with the X's and the O's in the middle of them. That's the last part. So this 38th is called alienation division. Well, that doesn't sound great. So clearly, this is going to be a I Ching reading telling us something maybe to be aware of and cautious about. Here it is. At this time, your friendship or relationship with a person or group has degenerated into unfriendliness, hostility, or alienation. This may be due to something you did or said, or perhaps someone else is instigating it. Most likely, the problem is the result of a misunderstanding. To correct the misunderstanding, be willing to take the blame, be tolerant of the other side's feelings, overlook mistakes, and forgive even deliberate violations. Do not attempt a major resolution of the situation at this time, because you will meet with failure and only further alienation will result. Only minor gains can be made, or small issues resolved at this time, and you must content yourself with those. Do not lose heart. Remain hopeful and cheerful. If the relationship is based on a real affinity, it will right itself in time, provided you treat it with careful attention and continue to follow the path of the superior person. Now we're going to look at our moving lines, and that is usually expressed in the section called the lines. And if the line is mentioned here, then you take that into consideration. So our number 2 line at the bottom has a circle on it, the second one from the bottom. That means the number 2 line is what we read here. And it says, because of the alienation that has occurred, it is almost impossible for you to meet openly with the person from whom you are alienated, even though you may both desire it. If either of you can arrange a meeting in an out-of-the-way place where it would appear that you have met by chance, no blame will attach to your actions, and you may be able to resolve the misunderstanding and mend the relationship. In your communication with the other person, be sure that you speak your truth and that your words are clear and direct. Make every effort to correct any aspect of miscommunication, for if there is clarity between you, all will be well. We then go on up to line 3 from the bottom, which has an X on it. Line 3. If you make any attempt to heal the alienation that exists between you and another person or group, you will find yourself checked. Possibly forcefully. And this will lead to humiliation. Do not be disheartened by your failure to resolve the misunderstanding. In the end, the relationship will survive and thrive, and all will go well. You may receive help from a friend or from a person in authority. Look for that person and see if you can enlist his or her aid. Okay, we're going up to the 4th line from the bottom, which has a circle on it. Line 4. You are enmeshed in an alienated situation and lack the resources to resolve it. However, you may receive help from a person from whom you would not ordinarily expect it. Look for that person, and you will find, to your surprise, that he or she shares your view of the situation. You will not incur any blame for your actions. Line 5 from the bottom has an X on it. That's the second one from the top. Let's read that. Line 5. You are in a position of leadership, but lack the resources and knowledge to resolve the general condition of alienation that now prevails. However, you can overcome it by asking for help from 1 or 2 people who are close to you or to the situation. Due to certain conditions, they are restrained from taking the initiative in coming to your aid. But if you invite them to approach you, they will overcome the restraints and help you to put an end to this time of alienation. All feelings of remorse or regret will pass by. So, you see what's going on with this reading. It's talking about trouble with a friend or with some people, problems, alienation, disagreement, inability to communicate. But if you seek assistance. You stay humble. You don't start taking big actions. You don't start more arguing. You don't start trying to make gigantic apologies, but you seek some advice from trusted people who may have some familiarity with all of this. That can be very beneficial, and you take that and you move slowly and gently to resolve the situation, knowing that you're perfectly capable of resolving it over time without pushing. This is very good, solid advice from the I Ching. This is advice that you would get from any kind of competent counselor or anyone. The idea of taking that sort of gentle, medium approach, that moderation, that not letting your ego drive what you're doing. This is the kind of advice that comes out of the I Ching repeatedly. And that's why it's so valuable to so many people. The I Ching tries really hard to get your ego in the right place and balanced in the right way so that you're not overreacting to things and doing things out of some blown up sense of yourself. It's very, very good at that. And tarot is too, in a more mysterious way. Just a little bit more mysterious about it. Nothing with tarot is obvious. It doesn't just come out and explain itself. Other people do. We write books about it, and we explain the tarot, but we're just explaining our view of the tarot. The tarot does not explain itself. It's just there. It's like we found this peculiar set of images and we just started letting our imaginations run wild with them, and we came up with systems that we can fit to the tarot, and it makes sense. You know, it works. But the tarot is more enigmatic, actually, than the I Ching. The I Ching is not always so obvious. But it's more sort of descriptive. It uses more words, that's for darn sure, than the tarot does. So that's a nice reading. I like that. From the hexagram that initially looks negative, alienation, like it turns it into how to build toward a positive outcome. Nothing is just negative. It's negative now. It feels difficult now, but if you approach things reasonably and with care, they improve. You work your way through things. Nothing is just dropped into your lap, either by the I Ching or by tarot. Nothing drops into your lap. You go and create. You build these relationships. You build your life. It doesn't just drop in. Sometimes there's a tendency with people to kind of look at tarot and go, please just tell me what to do. Because it can be very tiring to deal with certain situations in life. I mean, please, tarot, just tell me what to do. Yes or no, please. Darn it. I just want to know if I should do that or not, because I can't figure it out. The tarot isn't going to just say, absolutely go and do it. It doesn't do that. It talks to you about how you can think about it, how you arrive at your decision, and things to think about and look out for, just like the I Ching does. It's very similar in that regard. Once someone starts talking about tarot and doing a reading, it can get very much like an I Ching reading, or what do you call it? throwing the I Ching. You know, you throw the coins or you throw the yarrow stalks and you to get the numbers like I just did. You know, I like to say throwing the I Ching. Man, popcorn's so good. What I do with popcorn is I don't put salt on it. I get Mrs. Dash lemon pepper. I think that's what it's called. The lemony one. And sprinkle it on there. I mean, sometimes I do salt, but I don't know, I just get bored with it. And popcorn lets you munch and chew into the microphone. Here, we can do I Ching by throwing popcorn. If the popcorn lands right side up, that's a 3. So, starting with an I Ching is often something I like to do. I was doing it months ago when I was doing other streams for tarot. And now I sort of feel like it's a great tradition and I like it. And so it's one of those things that I know that people were coming in a few months ago and a lot of them liked having the I Ching available. I notice it's just a nice change to bounce back and forth from tarot to I Ching. And both of these systems are just so great. They're like the two great systems in the world for this kind of thing, as for me. What do we have with what's playing right now in our music? I see. I've never heard of it, but I've never heard of that one. Yeah, and I have my deck ready to go, but I have a couple other crazy things to do, to try tonight. I'm gonna open a queue though. It's good to get the queue going, just in case, because sometimes you don't want to go on with your material and stuff, and somebody might be waiting for a reading, and they're like, "Okay, please stop talking about your meditation, and I just need my reading." So. I'm going to order. What? Oh my God. I should actually order my dinner. I need to get something that I can easily eat out of the container right here. I got to be able to eat right smack here. So let me do that. Let me get that going. Let me see. A dinner order. There are some things I remember eating while I streamed once before, and I think it was Chinese food. There's a Thai restaurant with stuff. They're actually nearby. Oh, here it is. Oh yeah. Actually, it was good. That was good. Hold on a second. Okay. So, yeah, it was the lamb platter. That's what it was. It's good. Okay, I'm getting that. Lamb platter. Oh, Serenity of Wind. Okay, you're up. Let me just quickly order my food. Hang on one second. That's why I opened the queue. Okay, so lamb platter. Yeah, I'm doing that. Good. And right. That's all I need, I think. Do I need to order any crap with it? No. This is good. Okay. Almost ready. Oh, it's a good price too. Whatever. All right. Nice. I'm going to be fed soon. All right, Serenity of Wind. You can ask your question or pick your topic, however you view it. Let me move the I Ching aside, and we will begin to move in the tarot. We will begin our process. So go ahead and you tell me what it is you would like to seek from the tarot. I'm getting the cards ready. You can be as general as you like. You don't have to be specific if you don't want to, because some people don't want to ask specific questions or anything in public. They don't, they just want to be very sort of general kind of idea. Whatever you think. Go ahead and let me know. Oh, just a general. There you go. Okay. General reading for Serenity. Let's think about Serenity now. That's actually a great name. We're going to get 3 cards out of the tarot. We're going to see what we begin with our top foremost signal card. And then let's take this one. This one. All right, Serenity. Now, what we'll do is we're going to view these as a central sort of factor in the coming week. A central motif, central concern. And then we're going to look at the left side as being a potential obstacle. And then on the right side, we will have some advice, a suggestion for consideration. Our central motif is the devil. Now, 15, the devil card, and it's a major arcana card. This is our central motif to the concern that is being addressed. What is it the devil is trying to tell you? And if you're leaning toward love in this reading, What is it that the devil suggests is the concern in the area of love generally? Well, as you can see from this interpretation of the devil card, it has a lot to do with being chained down, held down in place, unable to move, to lose your freedom, to be imprisoned. However, there are things to notice about this card. There's a stairway. There's a door. But the door is peeking open. There's light coming from behind that door, if you can see that. You see that door is a little open. In other words, there's a way out. There's a way out. The tarot gives you this warning to say, let this be something you're aware of centrally over the next little bit of time. Be aware of things, ideas, situations, or people who try to close you in. That's what the devil card is. The devil card has chains. The chain is hammered into the ground, and anyone here attached to this chain can only move a few inches in any direction. They're stuck. They're stuck. Escape becomes what's required. Escape, either climbing down the cliff to the mountains or going up through the door and finding your way through the dungeon or whatever it is. But that's the central idea. Be aware, be wary, be cautious about things that lock you in, that tie you down, that feel heavy, that feel like a burden. That, some people, they just have that quality. They're always just a big, heavy drag, and you feel like you can't speak freely with them. You're always thinking something's hidden. They're not telling you anything. Or you feel like you have to hide things, that you can't express yourself. This is the devil card. That's what the devil card is. And it's saying that's a big deal. Be careful. Be very, very careful here about getting stuck in something. Now, an obstacle, in other words, something that might keep you from avoiding this, something that might, prevent you from fully realizing a situation like this and seeing it for what it is. The Chariot, another major card. These are big deal cards. They are the big cards of the tarot, the ones that say this is deep. This is deeply part of what's going on now, and it's a part of personalities involved, deeply ingrained. Now, the Chariot is all about victory, success, taking over, dominating, being aggressive and celebrating victory. And it's right side up. These are both right side up. So there's no ambivalence here. There's no confusion here. Now, we said this left card is going to be a hindrance, an obstacle. So what this could mean is that some person or a situation is full of a lot of ego and control. It could also mean that the obstacle is within yourself, that your ego and your sense of control is weak at the moment and that you don't feel it enough. However, this card would be upside down if that were more or less the case. So chances are this is talking about full expression of ego and control and domination coming from somewhere. And it could be an obstacle to you in your ability to see through the gauze, to see through to the reality of something that might be tying you down and limiting your options, limiting your feeling about your freedom. Be careful of this control over here. Control, arrogance. Be on the lookout for that as an obstacle. It's something you're going to have to get past, is what the cards are suggesting. Now, here we have something. Here's a suggestion. This is a sort of advice card. And what you get is another right side up card, and you get a very stable number, a very safe and secure at home card, comfort in the 4. And it's the cups, and this is your heart, this is your feeling, this is love, this is your emotional life. And the 4 is saying, its advice is, and because it's number card, it means this is its immediate advice. Its advice is in very short time frame, because this needs to be done now, is to seek stability, what makes you feel safe and feel at home, where you can express your feelings, the cups, where you can open your heart and talk to people freely and openly. The 4 is often the card of where you feel home. It's often very family oriented. So the card suggests seeking that place where you've always felt security and safety and moving there in order to ponder and to see what you really feel about a situation that could be very restricting, and you may be dealing with some very, very strong ego issues. Seek the familiar, the safe, the comforting, where you're able to pour the cups of your heart out and talk and share and get that advice that this card represents. It's a kind of dramatic general love reading. It kind of has a big, big, powerful central topic. And then the advice is actually a number card, which is much weaker card than these. But the reason it's a number card is it's saying this is very close to you. This is not something you need to look around and a big deal trying to find. You know where to go for this stability and comfort. And it's just saying that's where you go. That's what you do. And there you will be able to open your eyes freely and see the problems represented over here for what they are and handle them. And these cards aren't saying that this stays this way forever. Finding out more about yourself and how you feel and perceiving a situation can enable you to resolve it and improve it and prevent this tied down feeling from happening, and get through the ego problems and defensiveness and control issues that might be represented by the Chariot card. So the 4, find the place where you're safe and can express yourself and talk. There you go. I hope that's useful. Yeah, I mean, you really can't go wrong with the 4 of Cups. The 4 of Cups, it always pays to go where you feel most comfortable expressing your feelings and Often it's friends. It doesn't have to be family. It's your little group, and taking their wisdom and the way they know you so well, and it can be the best thing. And that's what the 4 is really saying here. Oh, you're very welcome, Serenity. Absolutely. I actually find this reading really fascinating. I could go on and on about this reading. That combination of ego and the devil card. Very fascinating stuff, really. And it happens to all of us. We all get into that. We're all on the right side and the wrong side of it at various times in our lives with relationships. We all take too much control at some times. We all give away too much control at some times. We all get that feeling of being sort of locked into some idea that we can't get out of. Nobody avoids that. We're all sometimes the good guy, sometimes the bad guy. We just make those mistakes. You get in a relationship and you do something or you keep doing the same thing over and over again, and you don't realize the other person feels all shut down and locked in and like they can't be honest with you. And you do that for months, and then then they tell you, and you're like, what? I did that? Really? Oh my God. And it's like, that happens. And this reading is just addressing that. See, my coffee. Coffee is excellent when you're doing tarot. It just keeps you going like this. I have to check because I've got this food coming. And so at some point, okay, so they're still making the order. All right. Yeah, this stuff I ordered is really fun to eat. It's like they put it all in one thing, in one aluminum, like a dish, and they just mix in all of the rice, the lamb. They put the shredded salad. Everything is all in there. Hot sauce. Yeah, it's good tarot food. Yeah, but come back anytime and do a follow-up reading, Sometimes I think it's good to do a reading, or get a reading, and then, you sort of consider it for a while, and you look around and you let that reading influence you in how you give yourself new ways of sort of running things through your mind. And the tarot reading, it can give you a new angle, and then you're able to work things out for yourself. And then you come back and you do a follow-up reading on the same subject, and see how it sort of leads to the next development or the next thing that you're going to think about that whole situation. So it's probably a good thing to do. So yeah, come back and do a follow-up in a few days or next week or something, and we'll see where it goes. Sometimes what I also do when I do my own readings is if I get an interesting reading, like when I'm eating breakfast or something, I will just take a quick photograph of the cards, and then so I have them on my phone, and I'll be able to sort of go later in the day or the next day. I can just look at it again, and sort of, I just like to have it in front of me and just think about it. Think about what the reading was suggesting to me. I'll do that sometimes just for a day reading, where I'm just going to do a reading early in the morning with my coffee, and then sometime around 2 in the afternoon I'll look at it and just sort of get back that whatever it put into my mind. Make sure I'm sort of still got that in place for the day. It's like tarot mental note taking or something like that. Little check-in. Maybe I'll do my little tarot story. Let's do the little tarot story. Actually, first, we'll do the meditation. Let's do the meditation. Here we go. Okay, so what this is I like to do guided meditations, and I do them on a channel on YouTube. And so what I'll do is I will quite often build a meditation, and I'll create an image to go along with it. And that's what I've done here. So I have this meditation to do, and it is what I call a tarot meditation. And so let me get into my little character. and I will do the meditation. The character, is this reading sort of goes into the ancient realm. Perhaps, there's a very wise, older tarot reader speaking. And someone comes a long way, travels a long way to see a tarot reader, and sits down with him or her and asks a question, just like we all do here, right here in this tarot place. And so let's begin this meditation. Welcome, seeker of wisdom, to this guided meditation inspired by the Temperance card, a symbol of balance, harmony, and moderation. Close your eyes and allow yourself to be enveloped by the gentle embrace of the present moment. Breathe deeply, inhaling the essence of serenity, and exhale, releasing any tension or distractions. In your mind's eye, envision yourself standing at the edge of a tranquil river, its waters flowing steadily, reflecting the golden hues of the setting sun. Feel the cool breeze brushing against your skin, carrying with it the whispers of ancient wisdom. As you gaze upon the river, notice a figure standing in its midst, a radiant being, adorned with flowing robes and wings of iridescent light. This is the embodiment of Temperance, the alchemist of the soul, inviting you to embrace the delicate dance of balance and moderation. With each breath, feel yourself being drawn into the river, the cool waters enveloping you in their embrace. Allow yourself to surrender to the gentle currents, trusting in the guidance of Temperance to lead you toward equilibrium. As you float effortlessly upon the surface of the river, become aware of the opposing forces within you, the fiery passion of desire, and the tranquil waters of serenity. With the guidance of Temperance, find the point of equilibrium where these forces converge, harmonizing in perfect balance. Notice how the turbulent waves of desire begin to calm, and the still waters of serenity begin to stir with newfound vitality. Embrace the sensation of inner harmony as every cell in your being resonates with the rhythm of balance. Now, envision a golden chalice appearing before you, filled with the elixir of Temperance, a blend of fire and water, passion and tranquility. Take a sip from the chalice, allowing its essence to infuse every fiber of your being with balance and moderation. With each sip, feel a sense of clarity and purpose washing over you, illuminating the path ahead with newfound wisdom. Embrace the transformative power of Temperance, knowing that true fulfillment lies in the delicate balance between opposing forces. As this meditation comes to a close, express gratitude to the Spirit of Temperance for guiding you on this journey of self-discovery and harmony. Carry the essence of balance within you as you return to the waking world, knowing that you hold the key to inner equilibrium within your heart. Blessed be. That is just simply a tarot meditation. And it is the temperance. Temperance card is actually right here in the very, very old Italian Sforza deck of cards, which is right here. Temperance. And you see that idea in the card of balancing those two fluids that could perhaps be poured after being mixed into the chalice. Not too complex an idea, very simple. Let me check my... so food is on its way. What I like to do is tell people, I like to tell the delivery, what the heck? I can't even communicate with them. Oh well. They haven't updated the app for, these apps, they sometimes just don't get, the information isn't right. It's very strange when they're delivering food. But anyway, Temperance tells me never get upset in an app. Not sure why it's doing that. Weird. So they text and they say, what? They're delivering it with one of those robots. Oh no, okay. Oh my God. That means I have to go downstairs, I think, and get it. Okay. Click to track your order. Okay. Oh man, choose robot meeting point. Okay. My robot meeting point will be, this is cool actually, will be right here. Can I do that? Wait. No, I'm not going to meet in the alley. I'm not meeting in the alley, dorks. Okay, well, fine. I'll meet here, right here, there. Boom. Okay, confirm meeting point. Okay. On the way. Okay, I see my little This is cool. I've never had a robot deliver my food before. This is great. Yeah, okay, so the robot is going to come down. You know, I've seen them. I've seen the little robot things where they drive along on the sidewalk. Those little guys, and they have like a light sticking up on a pole or something, and they drive down and then they stop to cross the street. They're cool though. Sometimes I wonder though why more people don't like stop the robots and like, you know, turn them on their side or something, and then you never get your food. But let's see if it gets here. I can see it. They put the robot little icon on the map, and I can see it moving toward me. So we should do a tarot reading for the robot. Will the robot survive and make it? It's great. I've been having all kinds of weird issues with the streaming software. It's like, guys, why is it so hard to get the icons to show? Right. Okay, stream, right, whatever. You know, you stream, and it doesn't matter how much you work on things and set them up, something always changes and goes kablooey. And you never know what the heck is going on completely. So you have to kind of roll with the punches. But yeah, so my food will arrive and I'm going to just sit right here and eat it and keep going. And so there's a queue. The queue is open still, right? Yeah, the queue is open. And I have no problem doing readings while I'm eating my to-go food. Oh, see, right behind me, right there, there's a Mario guy, Luigi from Nintendo, the Mario thing. And it's so funny because that is the first toy that I ever won at an amusement park by playing a game. I went to the booth with the whack-a-mole and I did the whack-a-mole and I got them all and I got the highest score. And so the lady running the thing said, you know, she was like, which prize do you want? And I was like, And I was like, oh, isn't that a Nintendo guy? And she was like, yeah, that's Luigi. And I was like, okay, I'll take that guy. So, yeah. The cards. The deck is ready again. Check the robot again, see where it is. Come on, robot. Oh, I wonder if they do multiple deliveries with the robot. Okay, so it's come 1, 2, 3 blocks. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 blocks away. Let's pull a card for the Page of Swords. Well, Page of Swords means that the little robot is enjoying its learning experience. The AI built into the robot is still learning. But is perfectly content with its lot in life and is willing to keep going and learn more and will not be overwhelmed by its mistakes. So if it crashes, it'll just brush it off and have a good laugh and keep going. It's really slow. Really slow. Come on, robot. What the heck are you doing? It's sitting at this one corner. I want to see some movement. I bet it stopped. Yeah, I bet it stopped to deliver to someone on the way before it got to me. How will I know my... Upon arrival, you will receive a text message with instructions on how to open... how to open the robot. Oh, okay. To ensure your food is secure and safe, our vehicles remain locked until you, and only you, confirm its arrival. What if somebody else opens my... Okay. All right. So that's good. Oh, they're actually piloted by human operators. Interesting. So there's somebody at a control center piloting the robot. So why isn't it moving? 1, 2. Okay, come on. I'd like to see some movement. I could go run. I could go run to the robot and say, I'm here. Okay. Oh. Still 1, 2, that's still in the same spot. There must be a delivery it's making, and maybe the person is slow to come out. So how long do they let the robot sit there and wait for some person who won't come out to get their food? Piloted by a human. Yeah, whoa, this is crazy. It has nothing to do with tarot, but it will keep me going. It's survival food. Better than this popcorn. Whatever gets you. Jeez. And the other question I have is, how do you message the pilot to say, hey, why is your robot stuck? All right. This doesn't seem like it's going anywhere. Some robot has my food 6 blocks away. Hopefully the robots don't get hungry. Oh, come on. It's just sitting there. Hello? I'm texting saying, is the robot stuck? I mean, come on, guys. Oh. Now I don't see the robot. What the heck? Yes, I do. Oh, so they answered. They're checking. And it says, your robot's running a little behind. Now it says on the way. Wait, did it get to me? Now it shows that it's at the meeting point. I better go down there. Jesus. I'll be right back. Success. Yes, the robot came through. Gian Chris, how you doing? I just got my food from a robot. Good to see you, Gian Chris. Man, the hot sauce they use is really hot. Oh my God, it's good. Really good. Jeez. So, yeah. The reading I just did earlier for Serenity was really, really fascinating. But yeah, these guided meditation things, I'm interested in them, in making them. I really enjoy the process for some reason. But I've always been into meditation alongside being interested in tarot. And the two things can really sort of enrich each other. That salt lamp behind me, it's not on. It's right next to the lamp that's on. There's this salt lamp. I got that in Sedona, Arizona a few years ago. I guess some people know that Sedona, Arizona is a very sort of new age, very spiritual sort of place where they have lots of stores that sell things like that. Tons of like crystals come from there or are sold there. But getting there is actually kind of a nice drive. The landscape around Sedona is really beautiful. So if you're in Sedona, you just look around. You can buy basically anything you would ever need to do tarot readings or open up your own like little business for tarot or anything like that. It's like all there. The whole town is all about that. It was in Sedona, Arizona, where I went to one of those parks where you go way up high and you have to wear a harness and you go up into the trees or like high poles and you go across like ropes and you go from platform to platform and it's scary, man. You go up really high and you have to go through the whole course, and you have to be clipped in with like a harness just in case. And oh man, even if you're clipped in, it's really scary. But I did one of those in Sedona. I remember I would climb up these little ladders and I feel like things sort of like wiggling, like the pole like going like this. And then I'd look up, like when I finished and came back down to the ground, I looked up and I saw like kids doing it. I was all scared and everything, and then there were these like 12-year-olds up there doing it without even blinking. This meal is so good. It's like better than anything else I order. Rice with lamb, like shredded lamb, lettuce, tomatoes, and spices. It's now Taro Dinner Theater. I've been to like one or two dinner theater things and had a nice, amusing time. I also went to a medieval fest thing, a medieval restaurant. Might as well have been dinner theater because they were doing all sorts of medieval stuff. Ace of Swords reversed. Tomorrow's the Super Bowl. Oh, yeah. I think that with the two teams that are in the Super Bowl tomorrow, it really better be the great game it promises to be. I think those two teams are going to be close. You never know, though, about the Super Bowl. One team can just not show up that day. I've seen it happen. A really great team just decides, why did we get out of bed today? And they just never really turn on the juice. I sort of feel like I don't really have a team tomorrow I'm really rooting for. But I kind of think that since Kansas City Chiefs have won it twice pretty recently, that maybe it would be nice for San Francisco 49ers to win. And their quarterback's really young. And apparently this quarterback, he's very new. And he wasn't like picked highly. He wasn't like a big, huge deal when he got picked. And somehow, he's really good. Let's see. Page of Swords. Okay, well, I was doing that for the Super Bowl tomorrow. So, Page of Swords means that someone isn't going to have a great time and isn't going to have prepared very well. Where's my other thing that I'm going to do? I'm going to do this thing. There's going to be a tarot story. All right. Tarot story. This is a short tarot story that just sort of gives us the flavor and atmosphere of tarot, sort of in an old-fashioned way. In the bustling town of Eldoria, nestled amidst rolling hills and ancient forests, there lived a young man named Marcus. Blessed with ambition and brimming with pride, Marcus had always believed he was destined for greatness. Yet, despite his fervent efforts, success seemed to elude him, leaving him disillusioned and disheartened. One crisp autumn evening, as the sun dipped below the horizon, Marcus found himself drawn to the outskirts of town, where a colorful tent adorned with mystical symbols caught his eye. Intrigued, he stepped inside, greeted by the warm glow of candles and the faint smell of incense. Seated inside the tent was a mysterious woman, her eyes sparkling with ancient wisdom. She beckoned Marcus to join her, and with a mixture of curiosity and skepticism, he obliged. The woman introduced herself as Madame Isidora, a renowned fortune-teller with a gift for divination. Marcus hesitated, unsure of what to expect, but curiosity compelled him to stay. Madame Isidora shuffled a deck of tarot cards with practiced precision before drawing a single card and placing it on the table. It was the Hanged Man, a figure suspended, yet serene in his surrender. As Marcus studied the card, Madame Isidora spoke softly, her voice carrying the weight of generations past. She explained that the Hanged Man represented a period of transition and sacrifice, where letting go of ego and pride was paramount to finding true enlightenment. At first, Marcus scoffed at the notion, dismissing it as mere superstition. But as Madame Isidora delved deeper into the card's meaning, Marcus felt a stirring within him, a flicker of recognition that resonated with his own struggles. With each word spoken by the fortune teller, Marcus's pride began to unravel, giving way to a newfound sense of humility and introspection. He realized that his relentless pursuit of success had blinded him to the beauty of the journey itself, to the lessons waiting to be learned in moments of failure and defeat. In that dimly lit tent, surrounded by the wisdom of ages past, Marcus experienced a profound shift in perspective. He saw that letting go of his ego wasn't a sign of weakness, but a path to greater understanding and growth. As he emerged from the fortune teller's tent, Marcus felt lighter, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from his shoulders. With a newfound clarity and purpose, he set out to embrace the lessons of the Hanged Man, to surrender to the flow of life and trust in the wisdom of the universe. And as he ventured forth into the unknown, Marcus knew that although the road ahead would be challenging, it was also filled with infinite possibilities, a journey of self-discovery and transformation guided by the timeless wisdom of the tarot. I know. It's a story. But tarot is a story. Tarot and story fit right together. Perfect. Tarot and story are really one and the same. We have the unnamed supposed death card. Now, what it really is, of course, is more like getting the field ready for the next crop. One crop dies away, One crop is harvested, but even if it just dies away and withers in the sun, the rain will come, the field will be enriched, another crop will grow. I hope that's not the death card for the little robot that delivered my dinner. I want that little guy to survive and get back home. The little AI. Let's look at another one. Styx 5. It's when that kind of safe, secure thing that you're used to, that you're able to make really easily because you're so darn good at it and you've got a lot of experience, all of a sudden that gets all busted to hell because some new thing comes popping in. There's some new thing to deal with, a new element. The fifth element, to quote a 1990s science fiction film. The fifth element comes to play, and it destabilizes and upsets everything. But of course, we're talking tarot here, and so it's an opportunity. It's an unknown, unseen, unexpected opportunity. The Wheel of Fortune. Well, a wheel is a wheel is a wheel. A wheel rolls. It can move uphill if you have something to pull it, and it can roll downhill almost on its own. But you got to keep the darn thing in working condition. It's your job. Fortune isn't just blind luck. Fortune responds to effort. Oh, he have. Yoel Professor. Yes, you can have a reading. Go ahead and enter the queue. You just type the join command. You just type the exclamation mark join, and it puts you into the queue, and then I can officially put you in to the active list, and the cards are ready to go. We're going to do a reading for you, Professor. You are on deck. Give us your do the join command, and then I'll put you in there, and then you can write your hey, Savage, how you doing? I'm shuffling and preparing myself to get this reading flying. I'm full of energy because I just ate. I just had the most delicious robot delivered dinner. Are you still there, Professor? I see Savage joined. Professor, are you still there? Because I know you were first. Ah, good. Okay. So Savage, I'm gonna take Professor first because he was asking just before, and then Savage, we will go right into your reading. So Professor, go ahead and give me your topic that we're going to read. General, if you want, whatever topic you want to pick, just let me know. And the cards are getting themselves all mixed and ready. Love reading. All right. Oh, no, I'm waiting for Professor. Professor. So Savage, I know you're going to have a love reading right after Professor. I've got you. I've got you next on deck. Okay, there's Professor. General love reading for the next couple of months. Makes perfect tarot reading material. All right, let's see now. Here's a card that kind of wants to appear. So we're putting that in the central position of the primary concern. Here is potential obstacle sort of thing. It could be internal, external. We'll see. There's a card for our suggested consideration and possible advice path. All right, so let's look at what the main sort of central thing to ponder about this general love idea for the next little while. Page of Sticks. Okay, Sticks. Page. This is a court card. This is kind of a significant card. It's sort of a personality thing, sort of a part of the situation or a part of you that's kind of reliable and will be there for a while, is kind of stable. You know, it doesn't just go in and out, you know, on a daily basis. And the page is young and learning, and the page serves. The page puts themselves at, you know, service to someone or something, and also is young, which indicates it doesn't have to be for a young person in the reading, but the attitude is young. The attitude is I know I have a lot to learn, and I want to learn, and I want to get better at this. I want to understand, and yes, I have things to learn, and I admit that, and teach me, and I'm full of mistakes. I make mistakes and trip over myself all the time. In relationships, I do that. And so I have a long way to go. That's what the page is. And the reading wants you in the area of love and relationships for the next couple of months. The reading wants you to try to think about maintaining that enthusiastic ability to adapt and learn. You see, the page, this is a picture of a water canteen, so to speak, a water flask or a wine flask, but it's something that the page will take to the knight and make sure the knight is supplied with. It also, thank you, Goomba Ganja. Thank you very much. And thank you, Savage. Thank you for the follows. Really great. It's almost like the expression you hear in sports, water boy, you know, or water person. And they take the low sort of initial entry job, and they are really happy about it, the page, because they know they have a long way to go to develop, and they want to do all of that learning. And so the card here wants you to keep that in mind. Avoid pretending that you know everything you need to know about someone or about a relationship or about love. Avoid that. Avoid ego. Open yourself to learning. Open yourself to other people and to what they're saying. The page listens. Pages are also very good at communication. The knights in medieval times relied on the pages to run around the castle, the court, and deliver messages, or ride out to another castle and deliver a message either to another knight or to a king or whatever. But so the page has that sort of communication aspect. So the card wants you to maintain open, honest communication without defensiveness. The page is not defensive. He's very, very open, or she, very open, humble. Ego does not play a role with the page. And so keep learning, keep listening, be open to things, be open to people's ideas, listen to what they tell you. Even when you're just meeting someone, listen. That's what pages do. And be openly communicative with them. That's what pages do. And don't be trying to be the boss. Pages don't do that. Now, an obstacle that could present itself. 10 of sticks. Again, we have the sticks. And the sticks, remember, are very good for a love reading because you've got stick here, you've got sticks here. Those are the passion. Sticks are the passion, the fire, the instinct, the desire. In love and relationships, desire plays a very large, significant role. And your instinct to be with someone, all of that is encompassed in the sticks. They are like the fire suit, passion. And that page that you want to stay learning, like the young, enthusiastic learner, it's centered on that idea of desire in the realm of love and relationships. It's perfect. It's perfect for your reading. Now here, an obstacle is the 10 of sticks, which is desire having sort of burst out and achieved some big thing, maybe a relationship has ended. And it's kind of been a hard, long haul, and maybe the breakup has been difficult and very time-consuming and draining. Well, the 10 is sort of the point where it's like, okay, I'm done with that. I'm done with whatever it is, whatever it happens. It might not be a relationship. It could be anything that's been kind of difficult. It could be a job. It could be any sort of stressful thoughts, any process you've had to come through that's been difficult. And you finally get to say here, but since it's being considered a possible obstacle in your reading, it means that this fatigue, this having done something, having gone through some other process, could be lingering and interfering with your ability to be open and learn and drop your ego and develop your relationship either with someone else or with the same person, and you've gone through some crisis and you're trying to move on. This 10, you could be so sort of exhausted and a little shell-shocked, let's say, and it could be a hindrance. Now, let's say that's possible. There could be this obstacle and you're just kind of tired, It's hard sometimes to get through things. Well, here's some advice. We have the entire reading is sticks. The entire reading is about passion and desire and creativity. And the 3 comes up, and that's the suggestion to you. How to get past the obstacle of fatigue, okay? How to encourage yourself and protect the part of yourself that's open, loves to share and communicate, and wants to learn and get better and better, okay? And the advice is act. The 3 is the suggestion of moving forward and moving out into active life. And you put your passion, your desire, your creative drives into action. And you can also remember that it's linked to the page. And the idea is, as you move into action, the attitude you take of being humble, not being, trying to be in control, and always acknowledging that you have a lot to learn in order to grow and become better at this. And that will inform and it will color how you move toward action in love over the next couple of months. This 3 is very active. It means let things start now. Get up off the floor of being tired and exhausted from whatever was past. Get up out of that and take a step and go out the door. And it may be time to start expressing yourself, as long as you maintain an ego-free attitude about it all. The page. Seems like it is already occurring. Interesting. That's good. If it started already, that's good. So then if things have started and maybe you're moving into some kind of action, then the primary advice is to make sure that you keep that sense of learning, but also enthusiasm, enjoying the learning, learning how to be with another person, how to express yourself better. It all is kind of fun for the page. And so, Savage, you are next on deck. And I see Goomba Ganja, you are in the queue also. Good point, Savage, about the professor reading. Yes. Listening. It's you see, that's the thing about tarot. Listening isn't possible if you're letting your ego drive you. Because when you let your ego drive you, you're just thinking about yourself and your status and, being the big deal. And that shuts down your ability to really listen. So it's fascinating, ego and listening. So Savage, I think you had said, you said, love. That's right. You said a love reading. Okay. And I'm assuming you want sort of a general love reading for the next little bit of time coming up. I'm going to begin. And here's a card making itself known. Oh, here's a card letting itself be known. And this one. All right. Now, Savage, let's get to the central, the heart of the love reading. Moon reversed. Now, the moon, right side up, it's just a very simple scene of the moon at night and the reflection on the water. Now, the moon card is a major. And what the card is saying here is the unconscious, the dreamlike ideas that come to us, those, it's when love is around or when you're thinking about love, it can lead to a kind of imaginative sort of madness in a way. Like you get like crazy ideas sometimes. You get all like, you can write incredible letters or texts or whatever to the person, and you get romance. It gets all that. The moon is very, very much in tune with that kind of feeling. And the moon now reversed, it could be saying, listen, let's be careful about thinking about things too rationally. Let's not, this love and relationships, it's not like math. It's not always clear what's happening or what you should do. It's, love, it requires a certain sense of poetry. And if there's a little bit of doubt about allowing yourself to get more in touch with your instincts, you can get a little hesitant. You can get a little nervous about these feelings. And so the moon reverse is simply saying, try to open up to feelings that are confusing, that are sort of, they come up from inside, and sometimes you don't always know how to deal with them or face them. And let the poetry of love kind of come into you. Open yourself to it. Open yourself to gentle sort of more romantic ideas. Don't be afraid of them. Don't shy away from them. Don't pretend that they're all ridiculous. And, nothing is cut and dried in this area. And that's what this card wants you to remember. That's why it's reversed. To say, don't ignore these things, even if they seem a little silly on the surface at first. Now, an obstacle, here we have another 10. This is the 10 in the physical realm of coins. This is the 10 of having been through, who knows, it could even be something as simple as a huge job that you've had to deal with, or a project, and you did it. You may have made a lot of money. You may have lost a lot of money. But something you've had to deal with that now you can perhaps get away from and let go. But it's hard, and that's why it's in the obstacle position. It's hard to forget it. And it could be that because of all this physicality here, money, job, medical, health, body, sensation, anything to do with physical reality here. It could be that because this has been such a focus, that's why the moon card is reversed. Because the moon card is really not very physical. The moon card is much more mysterious and mystical and poetic and romantic. And it could be that you're having problems accessing that part of you because of all this focus on practical matters over here, which can be very exhausting. That's why it's a 10. Okay? Now, that's a potential obstacle that you have, the fatigue, the exhaustion of having had to focus so much on practical things that you've kind of forgotten about the poetic and the unconscious, right? So let's see what a possible advice is. 6 of Swords reversed. Okay, so the advice here, the 6 is, when it's right side up, the 6 is all about harmonious, shared, enthusiastic communication, agreements, sharing of ideas and beliefs, the ability to get together and in an understanding with people around you, and everybody benefits. And now it's reversed. So what it's suggesting is that the advice here because the 6 is always a positive energy. And the 6, whenever it shows up, it wants you to get to that positive energy. It wants you to have that harmonious communication and sharing of ideas, getting on the same page with other people. It wants you to have that. And so what it's saying is, you're going to have to make the effort here, which has perhaps been lacking lately, possibly because of this obstacle here of having to deal with such practical matters for a while. You're going to have to make conscious, thoughtful efforts to open up communication with another person or people. Very important to get this card into a right side up position where you are in a free flow, harmonious exchange with people, and there's no conflict. So conflict has to be resolved. So we have a rather subtle message here in the reading. Don't ignore your more romantic, poetic feelings. Let them flow. Express them. Understand that they've been hindered lately because of very, very practical concerns that are difficult. And these have also distracted you from expressing and arguing it out in conversation with someone and getting into agreement so that there's now nice, easy, free, happy communication. And that's where the cards want you to get to in the next couple of months. Happy, open, easy communication with someone. And remember to keep in mind the idea of enjoying the romance of it all and not worrying so much in the next little while about being so practical and logical. I see what you're saying. So let me read this. You're saying you just always say that a crush you had for 7 years, you compare her to a moon in a starless night. She was there with me when I had no one else and changed me a lot positively before dawning. And my current crush is the sun of my life. Who brightened everything up. Yep. Letting it go is hard. I guess that's my dream of studying medical, because now I'm attached to doing research. And only in this research part can I be with my, okay. Yeah, I get it. And so, there's your research. Yeah, your research, and, that's very much in tune with knowledge, but also dealing with all of that kind of studying and work. That leans toward your job part of your life and the practicalities here. And it's very difficult. It's a lot of work. And that kind of thinking, that process, which is totally fine, but it can sort of reduce your ability to enjoy the romantic, the more, what do you call, dreamlike qualities of getting close to people. Same girl. Well, you know what? There you go. That's not okay. So that fits right into this card. This card here is about resolving conflict through open, easy communication. And that's what the advice of this reading is to get to the place where this card becomes easy communication, where you resolve things with people. Perfect if there's a third person involved. That's what this card is brilliant for. And, it wants you to make efforts to resolve that. And it's going to require gentle, easy communication. People fall in love with the same people. It's just human nature. It just happens. And, it's up to the people that are going to end up being together to decide who, and then it becomes clear. And that's where the Six of Swords makes everything clear and everybody understands, and it's all resolved ultimately. Gumbaganja. Gumbaganja, you are up. I hope that helps, Mr. Savagistic. I hope it's useful. So, Mr. Gumbaganja, you just tell me what your topic is, and I'm getting the cards ready for you. I see, Mr. Savage, you still have the dreamlike phase, because since last year, March, your life has been legit more like a teenage drama. Yeah, I think you're going to need the Six of Swords. I think you're going to need to keep your eye on that. The communication part. I think it's going to become more and more important. You still there, Gumbaganja? Ah, yes. Okay, tell me what your topic is for your reading. You're welcome, Savage. Okay. My wife and I have been struggling. We are sitting here together. Can you give us a reading for how to handle what is coming? I get it. That's actually really nice that you're together doing a reading. Right there, already, just from a personal perspective, that's really cool. I mean, that's like, that is, I mean, what a great start already, you know? So let's look at this array that I've sort of spread out. And I'm simply going to going to pull, I'm just going to gently sort of push this one catches my eye. And this one. Now, there might be a delay. I'm not sure. So you never know with Twitch what they're doing with how the chat's going through. I'm always like, what in the world are they doing? Struggling. You're sitting together. That's really a good start here. How to handle what is coming. Let's look at a central motive. A major arcana card, Wheel of Fortune. You know, the Wheel of Fortune is a very, very interesting card because its message can be incredibly hidden. The reason is because people associate the Wheel of Fortune with luck, like spinning a wheel at a fair and it stops on a number and you win a prize, right? But that's really not the message of the Wheel of Fortune. The Wheel of Fortune, of course, has chance in it, as all of life does. However, the Wheel of Fortune is a mechanical wheel. In this case, it looks like possibly the wheel of a cart that was going up or downhill in a mountain range, a difficulty. The mountains are the difficulty. They are an obstruction. They are hardship. And the Wheel of Fortune is there. It's got a broken axle in this picture. Many tarot decks feature a Wheel of Fortune with a handle, and the handle is sticking out, and it's there for a reason. It's there to remind you that the Wheel of Fortune is a machine that is operated by us and our will, our own human effort, our own effort as a couple in a marriage, let's say. Things don't just come by themselves entirely. They come sometimes by themselves or seem to, but they respond to our efforts, our force of will. The effort we put in is how we guide where the wheel turns, where it stops, where it takes us. The Wheel of Fortune, if it takes us up over the mountains, or if it rolls back down, crashing to the bottom where it started. It is our effort that gets the wheel up and running and going to make change. And the Wheel of Fortune card shows up when some kind of change is wanted. Some effort, some dealing with hardship that may seem incredibly insurmountable, like this mountain range. But it also says, because it's a major arcana card, this is part of you and your relationship. This is part of your marriage. This ability to move fortune's wheel, to progress to the next thing, the next change, to transform from one thing to another. That's the rotation of the Wheel of Fortune. It's not just simple luck. It's all about real effort and making the life or the marriage that we both want to have. And the Wheel of Fortune is saying, oh my gosh, you have more than enough capability and strength to do this. That's why the card is right side up. It's a full 10 card showing straight up at the top primary position of the reading. So it wants you to have confidence in both of your abilities to pick this up and get it moving and cranking in full operation. Okay? Now, an obstacle to this enormous, incredible energy shows up in the 5 of Cups, and this is emotion. The cups are your heart, your feeling, your love, relationship, and it shows a destabilization. So a 4 is like the home, secure, solid marriage. Everything is sort of what it's been for a while. We're very, 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 it's all dependable. We're feeling very happy and safe and solid and everything. And then, boom, a 5th element comes in. Something not expected. Something where, new idea. Something new here. Something's rattling us. Something's rattling our stability. That's the 5. Now, the 5's right side up. It's in the obstacle position. This is something that has to be overcome, okay? However, because it's right side up, the 5 always has that quality of opportunity. It's a destabilizing, upsetting force that comes in, and it's like, oh no, oh God, everything's all screwed up now. Oh man, what are we going to do? However, that extra element that's doing all that destabilization presents some kind of interesting little opportunity that could actually help if you use it right. It could actually help this whole thing with the Wheel of Fortune and getting that thing going and using it to evolve and transform and go where you want to go. That 5th element that pops in and makes all the 4s kind of go, wobble. It doesn't destroy anything. It just makes everything wobble and it makes you feel uncertain. But you have to remember, enormous opportunity, because what happens is everything that's stable and secure and safe has to at some point be destabilized, because if it doesn't, then it becomes stagnated. Even marriages become stagnant. Any relationship, it stagnates and it sits too long and it never changes. And so even the most unsettling things that come in and destabilize a relationship always have that hidden 5th element opportunity, that little piece of gold that's the middle cup. And this is all about emotion, so it triggers high emotion if it's cups. A lot of feeling and heart in here, a lot of heart hurt, but also all that potential for it to become a full expression of love based upon the ability to rely on this capacity for changing things and getting that machinery of change to move toward good fortune. Now let's look. Okay, the Lover's card comes up. Reversed. So that's not a negative. The reversal, because this is an advice position. This card is in the advice thing. This is saying, okay, with keeping all of these 2 in mind, and with this destabilizing obstacle here that's upsetting, and with this Wheel of Fortune ability to move forward and get through things and change for the better, keeping that in mind, we've got the Lovers. Now, the Lovers upright are, it's that feeling of how you suddenly become really good at communicating when you're in love. Like you can write the most fantastic little love letters, and you can look back 20 years later and go, I wrote that? What? Who is that person? that person is the person in love who can climb a vine onto a balcony to meet the other person, or can take up a quill pen and a feather pen, and write the most magnificent love letter, just like Romeo and Juliet, okay? This is the Romeo and Juliet card, lovers. Yes, it implies decision-making. All love affairs do. Are we going to run away? Are we going to stay? Are we going to be together? Are we going to break up? Am I going to tell this person what I really feel or not? All those decisions are in the lover's card. Now, reversed, it's simply saying, in the advice position, it's simply saying, don't forget that part. Don't let it slip your mind that you are in love. Always have been. Always will be. And don't forget to say it. It's just upside down because it wants you to remember that quill pen, like the pen Shakespeare might have used to write Romeo and Juliet. Don't forget. Leave a love note. Leave it like on the kitchen counter for no reason, for the other person. Buy a flower. It's simply saying, don't ignore those crazy, insane love things. Don't ignore saying, hey, do you want to go and, I don't know, go to the lake and go fishing? What? We don't fish. I know. So? That's what the lover's card is upside down here telling you in the advice thing. Don't ignore doing all those crazy, kooky, fun things. Okay? And that, paying attention to those, and remember, the Lovers is a major card. This is a minor card. This is a number card. So what the reading is doing is it's throwing all of its weight into your ability to change your situation for the better, the both of you, to move it in the direction you want it to go. And it's saying another major part of your personalities is this love thing and ability to express it and be poetic and be stupid and crazy. Keep that. Don't let it slide. These are the two major heavyweighters. The lightweighter is this one, which is the difficulty. This is the one that will pass. Number cards are rather short-lived in their effect. They go up and down like waves in the water. So the difficulty that seems insurmountable, like the mountain range here, is actually, in fact, not going to last that long. These are the two that last and carry you forward. Don't forget the crazy, goofy romantic here. That's what that card wants you to keep in mind. Remember that weird romantic scene under the full moon. And there you have it. Two major arcana cards, I think, very much aligned with marriage and, surmounting a difficulty that isn't going to, in the end, prove to be the showstopper. I hope that is meaningful. It took me a while to kind of come to grips with the Lover's card in tarot, because there are a lot of things about the Lover's card talking about, mainly focusing on someone has to decide between one person and another person. And the Lover's card is actually more direct than that, really. It's about love and deciding, not really between two people, but deciding to express it and to live in it. Goomba Gods, thank you. Well, I'm just glad that there are two people who are interested in their marriage and they are both together and, doing something like this. I just think that is the kind of marriage that a lot of people would want, frankly. So, you're welcome. So, yeah. Tarot, actually, this is now, I think, my favorite reading since I started streaming over the last week or so. Yeah, these are, I think more people who are married should sit down and get a tarot reading. I think that's a great idea. I never thought of it. I never thought of doing that. I was like, that's a really good. Yeah, I'm gonna, that should just be a thing that that married people do. So let's that was a good 3 cards. Marriage is so interesting. I think marriages can go through all kinds of stages, I guess, where they can be like full of like passion at one point, and then they can be, full of like being, you realize we're really good friends. And then it can move into, you can be very upset, and then you realize something about each other, and it moves into another kind of a passion, or you remember it, or it comes back a little bit different. But underlying it all, I think, without being any kind of an expert by any stretch of the imagination, you rely ultimately, I think, on knowing that you trust the friendship, the solid friendship under it. And that's a form of love. Marriages, I think, hold a range of like a spectrum of different kinds of love inside the same marriage, I think. I actually got my little rocks out. These little rocks from... Oh, my favorite deck is... Hang on. Well, the deck I'm using is my deck. This is a deck that I made and have printed, and it comes in... Whoops. Comes in a box. It's called the Lucky Fortune Tarot. And that's what this deck is. And my favorite deck is the Tarot de Marseille, which is, all the number cards are very symbolic, as you can see. And my deck is based on that system in general. Like the number cards are symbolic, as you can see here. I use my own version of this, my own way of telling the story of the number cards, and this is the Tarot de Marseille. The Tarot de Marseille goes back, way back, hundreds of years. It's basically the oldest commonly printed deck of tarot, and was printed in the city of Marseille, France. And they had lots of printers in Marseille. And so the decks that were, most of the very oldest decks we have are like these around here on the table. These old cards are from Italy. This is called the Sforza deck. And so Italian noble families used to get artists to make these tarot decks. And here's like the tower from that old deck. These are from the oldest tarot decks, and they come from northern Italy. And then what happened is, as far as we know, is the deck evolved over some time as a game and became a fortune-telling device and made its way to printers in the city of Marseille, France, where this deck emerged and was printed. And it is now the oldest deck that's sort of known as having been used, and it's stayed very much the same ever since its first printing. People color it in different ways, but the cards are all basically the same, and they use that system that I use in mine, where the number cards are symbolic, and you kind of have to use numerology to interpret them. So that's the Tarot de Marseille, and that's my favorite deck. And so my deck uses the Tarot de Marseille system, the same thought process, but it uses my own artwork. Thank you, Harmonious Voyage. So every tarot artist, of course, uses their own, artistic interpretation. But you can, like, if you wanted to do your own version of the Rider-Waite deck, here's this other deck. So this is the deck that's most commonly seen in America. This is the Rider-Waite. This is a version of the Rider-Waite deck. And you see the number cards aren't symbolic. They actually have pictures of scenes like the major cards do. So like here's the 7 of Wands, or sticks as I call them, and it has a scene on it, whereas mine has 7 wands on it. It's more number oriented, like my cups, but it's the same, so that's the system of the Marseille. This is the Rider-Waite system, which is much more recent than the Tarot de Marseille. The Rider-Waite deck, this deck goes back, I believe, to like 1906 or 04 or something, right in there. Whereas the Tarot de Marseille This one goes back, I believe, to the 1600s, I think. So that's why when you see a lot of tarot readers, they're using this deck, which I use. And I will read the number card scenes. Absolutely. I think most tarot readers know how to read this deck. Fewer tarot readers know how to read the Tarot de Marseille deck system because it's more abstracted. But I think because it's more abstracted, it's more open to individual interpretations. Like, how does one tarot reader interpret the number 6 as opposed to another tarot reader? One tarot reader might consider 6 numerologically to be more positive than another reader might. So you get a little more flexibility. So, and I felt that, Harmonious, a Mythic Tarot 1986. Yeah, and I always tell people that it's, even if you don't do reading of tarot, even if you just look at it in your own personal life, it sometimes is really helpful to just draw your own, like pick a card, your favorite card, and you just draw your own little version in a notebook of that card, like doodling it and inventing like your own way of like seeing that card. And you can do like 20 versions of it, even if you get it wrong, and then you go, oh, I kind of like my little idea for this card. It actually really helps to do that because it makes you get clearer about your own feelings about that card, And so the same idea holds for if you make your own deck, which is a very lengthy process to make a deck. Thank you, A. Clark. Thank you very much for following. But yeah, making a deck is just a lot of labor, and you have to really want to get the finished product. And then you think you're done when you've finished all the art, and then you realize there's this whole other job you have to do to get it ready for the printer. This whole other thing. And so, but just drawing cards, any card for yourself, is a really good way of getting better and closer to tarot and its meanings. And there's no right way to do it. Yeah, Harmonious. The thing about tarot is people who get into tarot, they tend to, they go and look, and wherever they go, they'll be in some store somewhere and they'll see a deck and they'll just go, oh man, I have never seen that deck before. I guess I'm just going to buy that deck. And I do that. I'm like, oh wow, what is that deck? Man, that's weird looking, and I'll get that. If I like it, I'll get it. So you acquire decks over time. And it's just fun. You don't have to be serious about it or anything. It's just fun. Crowley Thoth deck. Yes. I remember, that was the second deck I ever got, was that one. I think, was it the second or was it the first? It might have been the first. I know it was the first deck I got. Then I was like, oh, so this is a really new deck. It was done in like the 1940s. And then I was like, oh, let me get the Rider-Waite. And I went and got that after the Crowley deck. My deck is called the Lucky Fortune Tarot. I like giving things fun names, but that's what it is. It's the Lucky Fortune Tarot deck. And it will be on sale. It it went through a printing. In fact, behind me, right behind my microphone here, there's a row of boxes. Right where my finger's pointing, that's a row of boxes of the tarot deck. It's like 5 of them from the printer. Yeah. And so that's actually the third job, is that you have to design and draw a deck. Then you have to do the printer and get it printed and the box printed. And then after that, you have to get it on sale for the right price and get that system set up. So that's the third thing. There are 3 difficult jobs to do. Oh, really? You just found it in your storeroom? Like, like you must have somehow had it for years and then you didn't know. like finding money in a sofa. You find a tarot deck hidden. What a great thing to find, though. Yeah, tarot's so fun, man. You can just, and I when I first started learning tarot, it was stop and go. I would get into it for a week, and then I would forget it, and then I'd pick it up again a few months later, and I'd be like, okay, and I'd look at it for a few days, and then I'd be like, I don't get this, and I'd put it away, and then maybe a year later, pick it up again. And then I would go, oh, you know what? Maybe I need a book. And I go and I bought a book, and I was like, oh, actually, this is more interesting even than I thought. And on from there, and gradually I stopped putting it down for such long periods and became more consistent and, more fascinated by it. Because, it can be kind of daunting to get into. You look at it and you're like, what? I have to remember what 78 cards mean? Forget it. But you'd be amazed how quickly you get familiar. Yes, it has a little guidebook. I do the thing where in the box with the deck goes, this goes right on, the book goes right on top of the deck. So it's got this little, it's just one of those little guidebooks. It's real small. And at the end, it has like an example reading, like how to do a simple reading. So I just wanted to do that as a nice little book included. And then, I have an app I wrote online that's essentially a tarot book. It has all the contents of a tarot book built into it. And so the idea is to do a larger book with the same name, Lucky Fortune Tarot. That's what it is. That's the whole thing. But yeah, so it's just, you have to do that work carefully and slowly. So even something like as simple as here's the thing. Even just making sure the printer makes the darn thing centered on the card. So that the margins are the same. That kind of stuff you have to worry about. The other thing is, when you print it, how do the colors print on the card stock you're using? That's another thing. Because colors look different when you print them on cardstock than they look for instance, on a screen. Big issue when you're making things that are printed. Oh, you're very welcome, Clark. You're very welcome. But even with all the hard work and stuff, it is fun to make a tarot deck. It just is. And you can, as I always tell people, depends on how you work when you're being creative. You can have the TV on and you can sit and draw a tarot card. And it may take you 4 or 5 hours to draw the first version, let's say. And you just have the TV on and playing in the background. You just do it as casually as you want. And eventually you just keep doing it. You say every time you sit down, you're going to work on your tarot card, the next one, let's say. And before you know it, I'm telling you, you end up with 78 cards. You just tell yourself you're going to keep going. And every time you sit, and it doesn't have to be every time. Like I would skip sometimes. I would do 2 or 3 cards and then skip a week and then do another card. Sometimes I would sit down and do like 4 cards in a day, like on a weekend. And then I would not do another card for 2 weeks. Stuff like that. All over the place. Oh, okay. So you are the other half. I see. I get it. You're welcome. You're welcome. Yeah, that's my favorite reading in quite a while. You are the other half of the we call when people ask questions of tarot, we say they are the querent. The querent, the questioner is another. But a lot of books and stuff call them the querent. Like they have the query, the question. Query. Interesting. It's also a database term. You write a query to a database when you are developing an application. Harmonious. I heard the Thoth deck readings feel quite straightforward and blunt. Is it the esoteric artwork or what else makes it? Yes. Well, they also call cards by different names there. They have Prince cards, I believe. They have... Where is it? I have it here somewhere. But there are like 3 major cards, I believe, that have different names than other decks. And the court cards, they have, I think, Prince and Princess in there. So yeah, they altered a few things, and their meanings are different also. And I think the order of some of the major cards are different than in many other decks also. So yeah, there was a different perspective. Crowley was a weird guy. He was just a weird, he's known for saying, do what thou wilt. That's what he said. Do what thou wilt. Like, do whatever you want. And in a way, that's positive. It can be taken to an extreme if you're foolish, but do what you will. Do what you will is important for an artist. You have to do your own artistic expression. It's a form of do what thou wilt, used in a positive way. if you use it in a negative way and say, well, just do whatever you want to anyone you want, that's not very helpful. You know. But yeah, I liked that deck because, you know, he worked with an artist, a painter, this woman. And she did all the paintings for that deck way back in the 1940s. And I think apparently they liked each other, and then they had some disagreements, or who knows what. But yeah, I always thought they were kind of cool, those cards. Yeah, kind of weird Art Deco-y sort of style. Well, I think if the Thoth deck readings are straightforward and blunt, that's more the readers, what their style happens to be, because there's no reason why the Thoth deck would force you into very blunt readings. Your readings with that deck could be just as sort of, I don't know what you would say, they can be just as sort of open-ended and flexible as anything else, as with another deck. I don't know if you've ever read any of Crowley's books, but man, I read, what's it called? The Book of Thoth. He wrote a book called The Book of Thoth. And it is the weirdest, loopiest thing you will ever see. It's like you're just going to read that on every page. You just go, what did he just say? You know, it's just so bizarre. But he wrote that book. I think the idea was he was being communicated with by the spirit of Thoth, by an Egyptian god spirit. And he was being told what to write in the book by the god. That's the idea behind it. We've had some good readings tonight. Interesting subject matter. Interesting cards coming out. And well, you know, all the cards are interesting, but it's the combination in particular readings that can strike you as being uniquely fascinating. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, this is my longest stream of the just when did I start? I started like, I don't know, a week and a half ago doing them again. A couple of weeks ago, but I've kind of been sort of easing into it, so I did like I don't know, like an hour and a half maybe typically. But then it's nice because you have a weekend come up and you're like, oh, I'm not all exhausted. I can do tarot readings like for more than an hour and a half tonight. As long as I'm fed and can manage to get my hands on the little delivery robot that came down the street. Tonight's the first time I've ever received a food order by one of those little wheeling robot things. And it worked perfectly. What was this other thing I had going on? Oh no, I did that. I do these little extra things now, little meditations and things. Oh, there's one thing I wanted to check. I was getting I was getting a meditation ready. And for some reason, it's taking forever to finish processing. It's weird. I have no idea what to make of it. But yeah, it's like when you do video uploads and stuff, sometimes for some reason it mysteriously takes ages to process. I think something might be wrong. It's been like 4 hours. That doesn't usually happen. Maybe I should just delete it and start over. It's really weird. Yeah, I'm going to delete it. All these little technical things. Oh, wait. Yeah, delete, and start over. I do these meditation videos, and so you have to upload them. And every once in a while, I think what it is it has to do with the quality that you choose. So what I'm going to do is do standard quality this time instead of trying to push it up to a higher realm, which is totally unnecessary. There we go. How much? Oh, for here? Oh no, this is totally free. Free. The cost is free. Free. I don't get into Twitch bits and all that. I just stream it. And that's that. I put it up there and do the cards. Simple, easy peasy. No shenanigans. No shenanigans. I mean, in fact, I got all sort of set up. I have Calendly, I have a payment system. I can do personal readings outside of this streaming stuff. I can do that for people. But when I stream, I don't try to mix the two. I don't try to say, hey, come over here and pay for this or that. No, I just stream it and do readings on the stream. Just, because that's the thing. There are tarot readings to do just because you like doing it and you like sort of gathering with people like this and doing it that way. Yeah. I mean, I would charge someone for a longer kind of a reading, like if they were going to spend an hour, and do a longer reading, and it would be most likely a larger number of cards, a 10-card spread. What I usually do is a 10-card Celtic Cross reading, and those are lengthy. They get very, very detailed, in depth, because you have 10 cards to go through, and all of the links between them, the relationships between them in the reading. 3-card readings they are actually my favorite because they are, they are more direct. They have a clarity about them that I like, even though they don't tell you specifically what to do. They have a clarity. They make a sort of a strong impression. Whereas sometimes the Celtic Cross readings that are longer can leave they're more like a novel as compared to a short story. And they can be more difficult for people to come to grips with. People can sometimes be left more confused by a very large spread reading. Oh, yes. Who watches the Watchmen? Yes, go ahead and type !join and you'll jump right into the queue. You'll jump right into the queue who watches. Harmonious, I do really two things. I do I Ching, which I started out tonight doing with, the 3 coins here. These are for I Ching. And I have the I Ching right over here, over to my right here. And I do that. I don't do it a lot. But the tarot is really what I focus on. And so if an energy sort of question comes up, that's totally doable with tarot. Absolutely. You can do a reading based on what kind of energy to sort of focus on, or what kind of energy is going to be coming, to the situation or a person. Absolutely. You can do that. Who watches the watch? You're up. So what you do is you just tell me. You just tell me who watches, what it is you are interested in having the tarot discuss. And you can be, if you want a general, just tell me you want a general. Whatever topic you want to pick, just let me know. The cards will be ready for you. They're getting shuffled right now. Wondering if I should be on the lookout for anything in the immediate future. Okay. Let's think about immediate future. All right. Now, we have here to be looking out for something. And this is here the top on the top of the mountain, basically the main thing to be thinking about, to be looking out for. And then we're going to have contributors to that main point, which is there's going to be a bit of a hindrance here, a little bit of an obstacle to be aware of, and a sort of suggestion for a road to follow, or sort of an advice of what to think about around this question of what to be on the lookout for. And our primary signal is in the creative passion realm of sticks, or wands, if you will. And you have the Knight. This is a court card. This is a rather significant card that sticks around for a while with its influence. And the Knight goes out into the world and accomplishes things boldly. Courage. Sticks are about creativity and passion, drive, will to get something made, to get something done, to be with a person, desire, to be near a person, to be in love, to contact, to make. It's the creative, fertile feeling, the inspirational part of us. What inspires us? What gets us going? That's what sticks are. They're the fire underneath us or inside us. And the Knight uses that very skillfully. The Knight is strong. That's why there's an armor shield there. The Knight is, honorable, brave, intelligent, is able to take action and succeed. Just boldly go forward. That's the Knight. And what it's saying is, look out for the opportunity shortly coming up here to be this character, to be bold, to be the initiative taker. The person who goes in and gets it going, gets it done. And you will, yes, have to overcome obstacles, but that's why you have to rely on your Knight energy. Get on that horse and go through the front line. Go through the castle gate. Get there. Do it. Win the day. That's what the cards are saying. Mainly look out for this. Look out for this, where this energy needs to be applied. Obstacle, swords, 10. The 10 of swords, right side up, is, a bunch of swords sort of all dancing around a little bit chaotically because they've come through some major conflict or effort, or they've managed to figure something out that took a lot of effort. And so the hindrance here is that it's just darn exhausting. It's tiring. It takes a lot to get through some things. There could have been disagreements and conflicts that have left you weakened and feeling like you don't want to go through that again. And so if that's the case, it kind of makes this advice here for the main thing to be thinking about of being a bold Knight, being this creative, inspired, bold Knight. But the obstacle here is, oh my God, I'm so tired from the last thing I just had to deal with. How in the heck can I be this Knight? No way. And you might be thinking yourself in circles and overthinking everything, and it's exhausting. That's why this is here reversed. That's a problem to get past. But that problem is gotten past very effectively by being the Knight. I mean, look, you can use that shield to ward off a heck of a lot of these things. Now, coming up, a major card pops up. Big, deep, major archetype card shows itself. Justice, 8. 8, of course, being the number of effort, skill, application, change, infinite possibility, new things. And justice being the balance. I mean, obviously, almost every justice card features the scales. But the scales are also there with a sword. Justice always implies the possible use of force. Otherwise, you can't enforce your justice. Justice is balanced and fair, but it's also tough and can be merciful, but there's also a time when justice can be harsh. It has to be. It teaches lessons. It makes sure that people don't do the wrong thing. Of course, it tries to balance things fairly when it's working correctly. And the idea here is all of this energy of the night being able to go out and take care of your creative inspiration, to apply it, to build the thing you want to build. It can be as simple as a project at work. It can be as simple as making a great dinner. It can be as simple as working on a relationship, but it's got that creative energy in it. Using that to overcome this exhaustion in conflict and disagreement, or just intellectual. It could even be something that you're trying to learn and it's just been hard. Well, remembering the balance combined with the firmness and certainty of the Justice card, where you basically find the road that makes you feel like you are doing the right, fair thing. You apply your creative energies and you use your strength and capacity bravely, but always looking for how it makes things better for everyone involved. It requires a balance so that you don't put too much weight on just yourself and your needs, but you keep in mind the needs of others. Perhaps it implies you have to work with others. It may imply that this conflict here that's been exhausting you involves, some kind of, a disagreement, that maybe things haven't been particularly fair. Maybe you felt wronged. These things can also be internal. We feel like we've been unfair to ourselves, we've been too hard on ourselves, or we feel like we've been unfair to someone else. Well, the Justice card shows up here as the advice. Think about your capacity, which is built into you, because it's a major card. Think about drawing upon that ability you always had going way back to resolve conflicts and make people feel taken care of and like things are fair. And that is somehow connected to the primary message, which is go out and take the actions in an inspired way that are required. Perhaps simple as using creative solution to get past a disagreement or a difficulty, and remembering that the goal is to make things balanced and fair and to work for everyone, and no one or no part of you feels in any way left behind or slighted or at a disadvantage. So be on the lookout. The opportunity to take action, the opportunity to be creative about it, the opportunity to overcome something that has been a real pain, confusing and possibly full of disagreement, and to balance things out with an eye toward being good to everyone. Justice, being fair and even-handed with people. And with yourself. Harmonious, I see you there. You're up next. And who watches? I hope that is some help and gives you a little, recognizing where and how to be fair. That's the subtle part. You take action, you try to resolve things. How do you make it fair? How do you make it balance out so that the right end, the right finish to this is achieved? You're very welcome. So Harmonious, you just tell me what you are, what topic you're wanting to have the tarot talk about. Oh, what am I looking for? Huh. So, like misplacing things for some reason. Okay. I want to know if I should move on from the so-called soulmate connection. That's how some tarot reader sees it. Okay. That has been a hot and cold situation to a new opportunity and a new connection. So I want to see how the cards. Oh, okay. I want to know if I should move on. Okay. Okay. Got it. Hot and cold. Yep. So I'm getting, okay, so let's go here. Okay. Hot and cold. You felt good by pulling away from the old situation. Yes, pulling away. Okay. Yeah. And moving into a new... Okay. Let's look at what the main point of the reading is here. The main thing to consider. All right, so thought, swords, Queen of Swords comes up in the primary position, and it's reversed. Okay, so Queen of Swords, that you know, there's swords are there's a lot of conflict and negotiation and discussion in swords, a lot of communication, thinking, and the Queen has this sort of ability to use intellect to control, to be in control, to be a positive sort of healthy influence on discussion and negotiation, even in the midst of argument. She has like innate power, strength, confidence, but she's able to sort of nurture everything around her and make people feel better about the outcome. It's reversed though. So the problem here that the cards are trying to point at is that there's not a lot of control going on. There's more, there's disagreement and confusion. If there's a lot of hot and cold, there's a lot of also circles of thinking that go around and repeat the same mistake over. You keep getting the same idea, like about, okay, this will be good. No, it's not going to be good. Now it'll be good again. No, and you keep thinking around in circles, and you kind of lose the ability to think in an and resolve things in a way that sort of feels good consistently. And that's why the Queen is reversed. It's recognizing that there's a lot of sort of conflict going on and mental energy spent in a way that's not very productive. And that's the center of the issue. Feeling a little bit at the mercy of the conflicts and disagreements when they come up, instead of being able to grow and use them to improve a relationship as the Queen of Swords would be able to do if she were right side up. So that's a big thing to just stay aware of and understand that this conflict seems to be there and continually comes up and never seems to resolve. The Queen doesn't have her power there to resolve things in a positive way. And then we have an obstacle showing up. The 4 Pentacles coins. They are very physical. They are very much about the physical world and the body and money. Anything you need to have, to hold, to touch, anything that makes you feel safe and secure and all that kind of stuff that keeps you going, keeps you alive, that's the coins. And the stability of the 4 is there. But because it's in the obstacle position, it gets to be kind of a blockage. And so the stability of the 4 becomes more like a bit stagnant. And being in the same physical relationship, same physical surroundings, same place, it's always sort of reliable. It gets a little claustrophobic in the obstacle position. So it's something to be careful of and to look to get past. Get past the feeling of safety. It's possible that all these disagreements and back and forth and sort of out of control thoughts and disagreements here have the effect of creating sort of an entrapped feeling, like you're stuck in the same thing over and over again. And that's why you have the 4 walls boxing you in. And this is a very physical card. So this could be anything. It could be a physical relationship. It could be finances. But something is keeping you feeling stuck, and it's something to get past, perhaps. And that leads us to an advice card. Now we get another Queen. How interesting is that? That we have a Queen in trouble here with the thoughts and with conflict with another person, perhaps, or with the situation. And here, in the advice, a possible way to go here is a right side up Queen who is in control, who is able to see how to reach a positive outcome in the cups, which is the heart, which is love and feeling and emotion, everything you feel when you're in a relationship with someone, when you're in love with someone, or everything you feel when you're getting away from someone. The point of this card is the following of the heart and what makes you feel good. And the Queen knows what makes the Queen feel good. And the Queen knows how to get it. The Queen knows how to explore her own or his own. The Queen can be applied, male, female, makes no difference. And the Queen can explore feelings without being afraid of what they find. They are willing to say, what makes me feel good is what I will do. The person that makes me feel alive, that brings my feelings really out, where I'm really able to express the heart, that's where I go. And so this Queen becomes the road to follow, the heart, and the confidence that the Queen has in doing that, that the Queen will find the resolution to all of this difficulty here. The main difficulty being conflict never resolved, back and forth here. Stagnation here, relying on, maybe you feel safe being stuck in this endless turmoil back and forth. Maybe you feel like, oh my God, if I leave that, I know it makes me feel tired and exhausted all the time, but if I leave it, who knows what's going to happen? That's why this card is here. That's an obstacle to get past. And you can, because of this card here saying this is the road, the Queen of Cups, follow the heart. You will feel the better for it. That may help. That may be, useful for some possible, ideas. I hope so. But the Queen of Cups is a very encouraging card to get in the possible road to consider advice position. Very, very much so. So yeah, I hope that these things, these readings, they give you just a sort of a hint of like, oh, I hadn't quite thought of it that way, that kind of thing. Oh, good. Good. Well, yeah. And I hope that something occurs to you in the next few days, let's say, where, something about the reading strikes you as, helpful. I'm going to be right back. I'm going to run into the other room and get another can of sparkling water. I will be right back. got another drink. Lemon flavored this time. I have to make sure my video is uploading properly. There's a very good video software app for an iPad called Luma Fusion, which is a video editing app for iPad specifically. It's really good. It works. It looks sort of similar to Final Cut Pro. But it's, multi-layer video editing. And very easy to use. You just drag clips around and you can put effects on them and fade them in and out. And you can put the audio tracks in on different layers of audio tracks. So you can have a music track, a vocal track, all that. You can make titles, all that cool stuff. And then you can output directly with like 2 or 3 clicks. You can output straight to YouTube from the editing app. So you can just sit comfortably and do your video editing on there and output the stuff. It's really nice. Luma Fusion is what it's called. And I've been using it now for like 4 months to make these videos, meditation. And I make the music too for them. I use an app for that so that you can do music without having any copyright issues. Like here also on this stream, this music is copyright licensed because I use a service and it makes it so that you can be assured that your music is okay to use on YouTube and Twitch and stuff like that. YouTube is still a pain because they still flag certain parts of it. Like certain pieces of music, even though they're licensed from the service, YouTube still says, oh, this is owned by somebody, but it's okay. No problem, no copyright flag, no copyright strike on your account. It's okay because they allow it to be used on YouTube. But I'm like, why are they even mentioning it? If I have a license, it's called Epidemic Sound. If I have the license through them and I'm using the music and they say it's totally good, they even say, what's your account on YouTube? And you register it with Epidemic Sound. And you can do 3 separate channels where they're called safe. And so they're registered with Epidemic. And so they're not supposed to flag anything, but YouTube still does. And I talked to Epidemic Sound support when this first happened once before. I said, why are they flagging something at all, even though they say it's harmless? Why are they mentioning it if it's all safe? And Epidemic was like, yeah, it is all safe. You are good. Everything's fine. It's just that YouTube has this stupid algorithm, this system that's like so dumb and so aggressive, and they just can't seem to fix it. And they're like, every once in a while they flag things even though they're licensed, and there's nothing anyone has been able to do about it. But it's supposedly harmless, so that's okay, I guess. It's just annoying. Hi, Mulligan. Mullingar Brown Dealer. Mullinger Brown Dealer. The story's tarot. The story is we do tarot readings right here, live, for free. We just get into these cards right here. Let me get them. Where is it? Here. Boom. Here we go. Bingo. Tarot. That's what we do. And if you want a reading, you type !join. and you get in the queue. And then you say what you want your reading on. And then we tell the tarot, okay, man, come forth, tarot. Come forth and pronounce upon us, thy will be done. And that's how we do it, Mulling. That's how we get tarot done. Boom. And it lays down the law for us. It tells us what's what and what, I'm just being silly. It gives us that little nudge like this. Hey, think about this, man. Did this ever occur to you? You think maybe there's something here? That's what tarot gives us. And we keep the deck moving. We keep it moving like this. It hardly ever sits still. It's always shuffling itself about, giving us a universe is full of atoms worth of possibilities and combinations. Many people don't realize the math of a 78 card tarot deck. Once you start thinking about it and realize what it is, you'll never think about tarot or any deck of cards the same way again. And that's because the secret is, it's called factorial in math. But if you take 78 cards, like right here in my hand, 78 cards, and you start doing this, okay? You start shuffling them around, mixing them up like this, okay? This is the math. This shocks some people when you tell them. This is the shocker. When you mix these cards up and shuffle the heck out of them, this pile of cards that you get, the arrangement that they're in, this one, whatever cards these are, one after the other, this arrangement of cards in this pile now has never existed in all of history in this same order before. And it never will again. Even if you sorted these cards randomly for 1,000,000 years with a supercomputer doing the shuffling super fast, you would not get this same arrangement of cards in this pile in that entire 1,000,000 years of trying. That's what happens when you have 78 cards that you randomly mix up. This order of the cards will never be seen again in all of human history. That's the math. That's what happens when you sort randomly any 78 things, whether they're cards or rocks. It's called 78 factorial. Look it up. 78 factorial is a number larger than all the atoms contained in the known universe. It's easy to Google, by the way. You look up 78 factorial tarot deck, and you'll see what the math is. I thought that was interesting when I first realized it. Oh, Just Average Human. Thank you. I didn't see the follow earlier. Thank you for the follow. Saturdays are a really great tarot night. I gotta remember Saturday, man. Really great. I mean, who needs to go out and do anything on a Saturday when you've got tarot, man? Good grief. I'd rather do this right here on Twitch than go like to, unless I'm with the person I love, to go to a restaurant or something. But for most other things, man, I would like just do this. I'm still eating my popcorn, man. I've had dinner and I'm still eating this stuff. Earlier tonight, we had, it's interesting because it ties in with the last reading I did for the last person before I took a break. It was hexagram 38 in the I Ching. That's how I started the evening. And it's about alienation and how to deal with a disagreement that seems unresolvable with someone or people, and how you feel alienated and remote from them, but not to worry and don't press. Don't try to do anything big to fix it. Just take advice from someone who is helpful and familiar, and just take very gentle, gradual steps to slowly communicate and work things out. And that kind of approach has a positive outcome. And that ties right into the last reading I did, which is about an element of overcoming conflict. Overcoming conflict is something tarot is very good at, and the I Ching also. Enormously good at that. I think that the I Ching has probably been used through its history in many cases when people felt like there was some conflict that they couldn't resolve, a disagreement with someone, and they needed to know whether or not they should be aggressive or easy and gentle. And the I Ching is full of that kind of advice. So I like it when an I Ching reading fits in closely with a tarot reading and has very similar wisdom. And of course, here are my 3 I Ching coins. and my I Ching chart for finding the coin numbers and the hexagram numbers. And the deck sort of arrayed out, ready for anything. Any reading. Anyone who asks for a reading can get cards pulled right out of this right here. In fact, we can just have a look. Let's pick a card right from in the middle. Okay, Two of Cups. It's a great card because Two of Cups, I just like it. I kind of like the way the card turned out in this deck. It's got that, and the whole suggestion in the artwork here is kind of a coupling, and they come together. Two hearts meeting, the feelings coming together, and sort of this opening up around these two cups, this opening up. It just implies that kind of coupling idea, two hearts as one, that kind of expression in the Two of Cups. Of all the number suits, of the court card, the numbered card, the suits, the cups, swords, sticks, coins, the cups are always my favorite. I don't know why, because I'm such a rational being. I don't know why the cups are my favorite. It should be swords. More logical. Let's be reasonable about things, man. Stick to swords. But yeah, so that's a nice card. Now that I've pulled a card out, of course, I am obligated to shuffle again. Yeah, I think I'll try and find Saturdays, as many as I can, to stream. It's a hard day to put on schedule, though, because you never know what's going to come up on a Saturday. Let me see something. Who else is excuse me. Who else is streaming in tarot? Excuse me, man. Okay, so I see.
Do I have future
I'm in the-
children's energy hanging around? Yes.
What the heck am I doing?
Is that from this life? No. Is that from?
Okay.
Yeah,
I don't know why it's not showing on here. Why it's not showing on here? Well, it is. Okay, so we've only got. Is it true? Only 6 of us are streaming tonight?
100% gonna come through in this lifetime. No, it's just like
Only 6 of us,
kind
man.
of like it sounds silly, but it's kind of like options.
Come on, we got to get more activity than that.
Okay. It looks.
We've got to get ourselves more of a crowd. Good grief. Only 6 streamers.
It's just potential option.
That's not enough.
Have they come through?
Come
Are
on.
they like related in a past life? No.
Why
So
in
they're
the
not from
world
a
is it
past
doing
life, but
this?
they're definitely like higher beings, right?
There's just a weird thing I'm noticing. Twitch is like sometimes unpredictable and bizarre. It's just something I'm noticing about the way they preview things. Yeah, it's totally fine. It's just my computer, man, for some reason. Weird stuff. Whatever. Crazy. Nonsense. The shenanigans of Twitch. I was testing out YouTube streaming the other day, live streaming. And it's such a pain, man, with their with the chat and how it hooks up with streaming software like Streamlabs. It's such a pain because you have to like log in and then you can't do the chat in the actual Streamlabs software. You have to use the window for chat on YouTube and you can pop it out and drag it out. I mean, it's just the dumbest thing. And I'm like, no wonder people prefer streaming on Twitch. YouTube still hasn't figured it out. How hard can it be to get something like that simple? I mean, it's a common equation. If you make something complicated, you put roadblocks up in front of people and they won't come and use you. It's that simple. I spent an hour messing around with YouTube live streaming, and I went running to Twitch. I was like, no way, man. And I got the hell out of there and came and just went straight into my Twitch stream. I'm just constantly amazed at how very, very smart people, like people running YouTube, make really silly mistakes. And they've been told. I have seen some of the biggest streamers in the world, gamers, talking about how stupid YouTube live streaming is. And they call it, they use a word for it. I've heard janky. It's janky over there. That's absolutely right. That's why we all come to Twitch. YouTube's great for uploading videos, absolutely. But live, I don't know, man. I don't know if I would put up with it. I think I'll try one sometime, maybe in the next week. Try a real one and see if I'm somehow able to simplify it. But I doubt I'll stay there. I think I'll be doing it on Twitch. Oh, here's my other. Here's where I go when I feel that I'm more important than the tarot deck. I make the tarot deck very small over here because I want to be over here going like this. And that's how that works. It also kind of looks like I'm looking right at the deck. Like, oh, like I can grab. Yeah, look. Oof. But there it is. There's my little arrangement. So I can look at my own hands. Let's see, where would I? Wait, what? Oh, I bet some people do their tarot. No? They must do it in just chatting, maybe? I guess. Who's Novilla? Novilla. Oh, there's a commercial. Okay. Well, anyway, I am thinking of wrapping things up and raiding a tarot channel like this Ex Novia tarot. Would that work?
Devour the sour power of dual-flavored gummy bears.
Sounds good. Thanks.
No, thank you.
Joey, eat me! Okay.
Yeah, it would work. I could raid Ex Novia. That looks like a nice stream. Nice and colorful and nice layout there. I could do that. So we've been streaming today for 4 hours and 38 minutes. Not bad. Okay, so I don't know. I feel like I should wrap it up. I'm just not sure. Maybe not. I don't know. It seems like the higher traffic point is more like around from 8 till 9 p.m., something like that. Because now it gets really late in other places, like on the East Coast and stuff. It's getting really, really late. But it's a Saturday night, so who knows? I'm just thinking out loud, basically. What else is a stream but thinking out loud? Streaming is the new journaling. I keep looking at my glasses and wondering. They're fine. I don't need new glasses. What the hell am I thinking? Every few years I start to go, well, I need new glasses. And I'm like, why? Why would I need new glasses? I don't know why I have that thought. Talk about consumerism. All right. Yes, let's raid. Let's raid Ex Novia. I think I've done good. Good work tonight. I've done good work. If I do say so. Good readings tonight. Good participants. Very interesting results in the cards. And I think it's a good time to say good night on a very, very